Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, all the things. Yay, let's check and see who we already have waiting for us in chat today. I think I cut that off. I don't know why I did that. I hit the wrong button. How's everybody doing today? Let's see who we have. William has already been by today. Hi, William. Maria. Good morning. Buenos dias, Maria. You left your DNA. Thank you. Paula says, good morning, Maria. I think we're all popping in and out. Still another hour to go. Lois says hello to Paula. Good afternoon. Katya is here. She wants to know how everyone is doing. Hio's here. Katya is on baby watch. Baby watch party time. Yep, get your coffee, get your tea. We have one more witness. Let's see what happens today. Are they going to rest? Order DoorDash. Katya's nosy and wants to know what you ordered. And Lois said, it's weird for the time of day, but craving sodium sesame bagel with lox, cream cheese, capers, and onions with a side of zucchini fries. Does sound really good. This is the StreamYard link. If anybody wants to try out StreamYard, click that link there, and there's a $10 discount. You won't regret it. Iowa Backyard is here with your cute little kitty. Hi. Hi, Kristen. How are you? Hi, Lois. Lois says, Iowa, it's good to see you. Kristen, good to see you. William, welcome back in. Good afternoon. Maria, hello to you. Sissy, hello. Looking like Glinda, the good witch, the beautiful witch in your picture. It's a compliment. Lois, Maria, Kristen, Katya, Iowa. You guys are so nice to each other. Hi, Nancy. How are you? You look like you got a lot of sunshine coming in on your beautiful face. Hi, Kay. Ooh, a red robin. That's a fancy one. How's everybody doing? What have you been doing with your day? It's only 10:41 over there. We're a little early, so we're getting to see the outside of the Maricopa County courthouse. Did everybody have breakfast and lunch already? I went on a trip yesterday, and I went from Texas to Arkansas, and it was 6 hours up and 6 hours back. So I have not been up very long today. I have not been up very long at all. I did, however, get to see that Katya has hit over 1,000 subscribers on her birthday stream, which is fabulous. I'm having coffee too, Maria. Let's have coffee. Oh, yum. Bacon for sandwiches. My husband would love that. I don't want to wake him up though. We traveled and then he had to go to work afterwards, which is another 8-hour day. So he is snoring behind me. You'll be in and out. Baby watch time. Yeah, you have to keep us updated. Did Did Garden Bot get up? Is he still over there sleeping? Do we need to set out an alarm? Good luck, Katya. Kay says, everyone, hello. We're going to keep waiting. So Katya says the first witness that'll be back up, witness, will be Nate Duncan, the detective. Put that here so we know who's going to come up. It's a nice day over there, but it already looks warm. It was warm yesterday down here in Texas, and then as we were traveling through Oklahoma, the temperature dropped about 10 degrees, and then further traveling up into Arkansas, it kind of got warmer through the day, so it hit about 70 degrees for us. No, I'm not outside. Does it sound like I'm outside? I've got the fan blowing in my hair. There we go. Is that better? Sorry, loves. Sorry. Did it sound like I was outside? Thank you for telling me. Ooh, a crime con in Colorado. Ooh, that does sound like a fun experience. It did sound windy. Yeah, I had the fan blowing directly on my back. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for having me, Stephanie. How are you? What is your little icon here? What is that? Is it a puppy? Is that a cute little puppy? Or is it a cat? Oh, sorry, sounded windy. Make sure we're not muted over here. Here we go. Sorry, Maria. That's too funny. Oh, got the noise in the courtroom already. Hey, everyone here today listening to Lurk at Pickles. Oh, I love your picture. I didn't know that you changed it. You're so gorgeous, girl. Oh, my goodness. I know I don't have anything to talk about with your avatar. Absolutely gorgeous picture. Shepherd Rottweiler sisters. Oh, that's too cool. That's too cool. Hi, Paula. Take a seat, Paula says. Everybody take your seats. It is really good to see you. Yes, I'm crushing on pickles, girl. Come on now. Have you seen that picture? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at Lois's picture. Is that a huevo? What is that supposed to be, Lois? What is that? Is that a big blowfish under the water? I'm not sure what that is. What is that? They talked about you yesterday. They missed you, Pickles. Very gorgeous indeed. It's a jellyfish. It really is a jellyfish. Interesting. Like a real life jellyfish? You need to stay away from those. Toast Malone? Kristen. I love that. Oh, but your picture's gorgeous too. Look at you looking at the camera like, ooh la la. Beautiful. It did look like a huevo, William. What is William's picture? Yours' picture's in between two people, it looks like. These. What? God damn. Emily, learn my last name or else. Hello, friends. Glad to be here with you all for another day. Hi, Emily. Look at your picture. You're holding up a baby. Learn my last name or else, people. Don't call Emily out of her name. Katya, thank you very much for being a member for 3 months of your own channel. Congratulations. a cabbage jellyfish with little swimming fish around it. You jumped in the water and took the photo? Oh, you're so brave. You're so brave. Congrats on your 3 months, Paula says. I love that name too. Emily, Katya wants to know how you're feeling. Were you sick, Emily? No. Oh, Toast Malone. Well, your wife is very lucky that you gave in. You were dozing off when your timer went off that lunch was over. Oh, I love a good doze during lunchtime. That's right. We did talk about that. We did talk about that the last time. That was your, yeah. What a wonderful memory. Yeah, we remember talking about that now. What a wonderful memory you have on yours. You missed lunch? Oh, a litter of 11. Isn't that a lot? Is that a lot? Not feeling much better today, but hopefully a call to my doctor will help. Pneumonia, Emily. Don't just call your doctor. Go get that fixed. I had double lung pneumonia twice the last 2 years and I almost died both times. Do not put your health on hold. Do not do that, especially with pneumonia. It develops into other things. I still, to this day, grapple with heart failure. And it's been 2 years. You feel like it's been longer? I bet it has. YouTube loves to steal people's time. I don't know why it does that. It is an amazing dog name, Toast Malone. I have Moxley after John Moxley, the wrestler. That's my wolf. He's my wolf, my big old wolf. And then I have Tyler, who's my little. They're both rescues, but um, I'm sorry, that's a lie. My cat and my dog are rescues. Moxley was a dog that my brother gave me. I'm really sorry to hear you're sick. Hugs for William. Oh, you have to clock back in. You have to work. I think tacos sounds delicious. Media tacos too. Ooh, yummy. Nightbot says, if you would, on your way in, make sure you leave your DNA on the like button. It helps get Katya out into the algorithm. And again, Katya, congratulations on hitting over 1K on your birthday stream. That's amazing. Big hugs to William. Yeah, such a beautiful memory that you share with us every day that we're here. I forgot that. But Denise, hi. Yay for 3 months. It does seem like it's been longer. I know it does. Let me go look at mine. What does it say? Does it say? Oh, I don't have the free one now. I probably already put it out there into the ether somewhere. But I'm pretty sure it's been about 3 months. Yeah, go to the doctor. Don't wait. Don't wait on that. You had a dog named Fleroy? That's amazing. You went to the ER listening to your gut and you're glad you did. Just still having a bunch of wheezing, but court helps me stay in bed resting. Yes. Yes. I got sent home with, I mean, I'm in my 40s. I got sent home with oxygen after being completely healthy for years and years after having pneumonia. And it took me a long time. My recovery told me it was about 6 months, and it literally took me a year. So do not play with pneumonia. Media taco sounds delicious. Pickles also sound delicious. Does anybody just eat pickles? I love pickles. Denise, Katya wants to know if you're enjoying your day off. Toast is a husky Shar-Pei. That's an interesting mix. You also have a Mushu and a Welsh Corgi. Oh, so you have a Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, yeah. A full house. Kristen, that's a full house. That is a full house. Watching from the big screen while you do stuff around the house on your day off. It's always good when you have a productive day off. I'm going to get behind here. We have a special guest today. Hello, Hio. Hello, Tracy. It is so nice to see you. Who are you holding in that picture? Somebody special, I'm sure. For the first time in your life, you have no doggies in your house. Oh, Nancy. The house is too quiet. I had to put a dog down not long ago myself. They're like family, right? They're like kids. It hurts. I love pickles. Yeah, yeah. My email name is loves juicy pickles. That's funny. Well, it says at JP. People are like, what is the JP? Juicy pickles, of course. Maria says hi, Denise. Britta's here. Where's Britta? Hi, Britta. There you are. Hi, Britta. I see every time I see your picture, I see you waving at the chat. I imagine that you're waving, like looking down and waving to everybody. Hey, everybody. Oh, goodness, Nancy. Goodness. That's your grandbaby. Oh, my son's 24. He won't give me no grandbabies. He says I have to wait. They want you to wait these days. So, okay, guys, school me. I did not, and I'm not even going to be mad about saying this out loud. I have not watched this trial because I'm going to go back and watch all of Katya's trial, all of the trial from start to finish when Katya is done streaming all of these. You can steal the email. Pickles loves juicy pickles at Gmail. No plans for kids for a long time. Yeah, it's funny because I thought it was going to be our generation that stopped having the kids early, but it seems to be the generation that we've raised, right? Hi, Britta and everyone here. Paula, you are hugging a baby too. Well, a young, not a baby, but a young baby. 24, I still call mine baby. He's like, I'm 24, Mom. 24. So tell me about the trial. I know she's been a little nutso. I know the first day well, I guess I got to say that in my opinion, right? That she cried and she's more like having conversations like, because these are people she hasn't seen in a while. So she's having like full on conversations in front of the judge. Paula or Pickle says 35 and no kids for you and no plans for them. Well, I mean, you have animals. You have animals. Your granddaughter's 24 and she will not be having kids. She says they're brats. Too expensive. I don't disagree. Oh, I skipped right over you. Hi. Hey, how are you? Look at that swan. It's beautiful. Your brother's 21. He doesn't want any. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It's like this generation is just like, we're done with it. There you go, Sissy. Sissy just explained everything we need to know about Lori Vallow. Everybody can go home. You're almost 5. Oh, beautiful. That's beautiful. Oh, there's an updated picture. Oh my goodness. What a happy puppy. What a happy baby. Maria says, hi, K Swan. Yeah. Yeah. That's what he says. He likes being selfish. If we had been more selfish, we wouldn't have them. It just wouldn't. But I agree. There's nothing wrong with being selfish. I think if you realize that you're going to be selfish with your kids, without having kids, you're going to be selfish, then you don't end up in court for homiciding your 2 children, plus the risk these days. Yeah, it's scary. It is scary. But then who's going to be president in 30 years if we don't have more babies? 40 years. Howdy. Howdy. You have one and you're done. Plus, he doesn't want any siblings, says they will fight with him. You know, my son is an only child, but I lost 2 of my kids. The one before him and the one after him, and that made him an only child. And he absolutely just is the most spoiled little thing. At 24, he's still, yeah, it was a different world. It was a different world 10 years ago. She did it for everybody. Oh, Lois says, good for you, Pickles. You're driving, so you're listening. Well, don't text and drive. We're here. We're here for you. We will get you home. Is that where you're going is home? We didn't ask. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't you pull over and answer that question. You just keep on driving. So, okay. So, yeah, besides the fact that we believe that she's guilty, considering she's already been tried and convicted, what else? What other shenanigans has she done? Do I need to look anything up? Is there anything important before court starts? Oh, you are blessed. Oh, good. They're going to answer the question for me. We don't have to wait. Good morning, princess. With the hair and makeup that you're not supposed to have. All rise. Here we go, guys.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
I like that nickname you gave her, Sissy. I like that nickname. She thinks she is like an actual goddess, doesn't she? I hope so. I'm sorry. No, we don't wish violence on anyone, do we? Yeah. Gross. I'm so glad you're here, Paula. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, Nightbot says, please make sure you're subscribed for the latest true crime coverage. Leave a like on that button over there. Jury is coming in and getting seated. Here we go.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Nate Duncan.
All right, sir, go ahead and stand up here and be sworn in.
And you're about to be able to keep the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but this will help you God. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit, as a patrol unit, for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, have been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes,
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio, or heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location. And then soon after that, received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment, no, I was not.
Okay. Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. Blue is white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes,
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
we did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo, Exhibit 40. There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring and walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
They were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun.
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, Were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed,
It is.
and then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes,
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
it did not.
It's just plastic clasps to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes,
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So
Yes.
is that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
Correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account,
Yes.
but nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75@yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this KKWalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that KKWalker75@yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289.
Okay.
Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the KKWalker75@yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st,
yes,
but the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th.
Yes,
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct,
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Heron is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit again 289.
correct,
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
it is,
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
yes,
But here we see someone again from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
correct,
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had,
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have,
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again, ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
yes,
to help write a book?
correct,
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
yes,
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did,
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
he did,
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did,
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did,
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
during that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas,
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
she was in Arizona,
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after this, him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes,
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
Correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were, that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one LollyTime at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. And he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbyte report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct? Right. So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19?
Yes.
And he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27?
Yes.
So just a few seconds later.
Correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam, they're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes.
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
Correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes.
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
Yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message. What you do is up to you.
Yes.
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message where he says, okay, and when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes.
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
Correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails
Correct.
or text messages, I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes.
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori.
How do you know that?
She told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that a search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes.
And that came back to Alex Cox.
Correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes.
cell phone data,
Yes.
cell tower data?
Yes.
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon for associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
They did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image of them itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
And
So let me put up, I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
no,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
because obviously in this case, you can actually see the entire phone and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
Yes.
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did in fact Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
Yes.
And were these all messages, text messages between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes,
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession,
it has.
and yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she in fact provide that to Detective Enclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Yes,
And it's in her possession.
correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach at 2:31. I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
I do.
When you were investigating this case and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime@icloud account, how did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime@icloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the Lolly time at iCloud as a source?
Yes,
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, they were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message.
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? The time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that
Oh,
46?
47 minutes?
So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective N-Clan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes,
And did that last for
under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes,
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her this second time? I know it's math. Is it about
Oh, I
17
know,
minutes?
all right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least dead for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911.
Yes,
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
no,
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones,
none,
not on Charles's phone.
no.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes,
And it shows it as, these ones have not been converted, right?
yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36 basically.
Yes,
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah,
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes,
Did you look to see if Alex Cox records show if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes,
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes,
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes,
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes,
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes,
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th, that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019, that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes,
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
Okay,
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
If I could have that back. The state will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. No
No
objection.
objection. 212 is admitted.
So did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019 to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also, the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style at iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225. And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a Preparing of People event.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, Again, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow.
Yes,
And does he advise, Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes,
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is, both we've heard in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes,
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
correct.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes,
Now, we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
correct.
This next message, is that from Lori Vallow to Alex?
Yes,
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes,
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
correct.
As you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes,
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes,
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes,
That one's from Alex to Lori.
correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later.
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes,
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes,
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
it was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lolly Time at iCloud account records, did you find evidence or find photographs in the Lolly Time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes,
I'm gonna show defense 232. If I can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the lollytime@icloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents?
Yes.
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see, well, that's from the lollytime@icloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance. Oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary.
Yes.
And then there was a photograph or of the document showing, again, $1 million policy,
Yes.
started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
How?
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original and the change, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the Lolly time, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that Lolly time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 227. Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No,
Are these just a portion of them?
they are.
It's ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm done.
And if actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the Lolly Time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
Right. So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 PM.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well too. So there's an AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 PM, correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now, at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th, at 9:50 PM, does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, for 56 minutes.
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
did it take significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jurors.
Woo-wee. Denise, go get some rest. So we have an hour. Here's the question everyone should be asking. Why didn't the authorities get involved sooner? So many had to die, including 2 children, right? She's in the hammock taking a nap, or might take a nap. What do you guys think of that testimony this morning? There's a lot of info. Denise has done 2 loads of laundry, put them away, deep cleaned the kitchen, went through the tank top drawer. Yes, she has that many. Took out the trash, walked to the post office, fed the cats, and is now in a hammock. Well-deserved nap, my friend. Well-deserved nap. Freaking amazing. Yeah. You've done more than I have in the last 3 days. So we're back in an hour. Yeah, you have an hour to nap. Prove the proof. Yeah. Maria. Yeah. Prove the proof. Give me proof of the proof, Judge. I need that. Okay, let's see. See what's going on during lunchtime. Nothing on the sidebar today. Katia, what did y'all watch last time that I didn't see Law and Crime put anything up today? The only thing they have on is some first on scene stuff. How will Lori distract the jury from all this? Probably whip out that smile. You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you? She's going to whip out that smile. You're going to run around and buy meat for dinner. You'll be back after lunch. We will be here. We will be here with you. Sissy K and Larry tried for months to get the police involved because she kept moving and cut them off. It was difficult from Louisiana as grandparents to get anyone to listen. Yeah, I can understand that. I can see that. Thank you, babe. Okay. I'm going to mute that. Let's find something better to watch during lunchtime. Y'all did not put very many ideas in the chat for me. Let's see. A lot of controversial stuff happening out there. How about this? Let's watch. We can watch Vinny for a while, maybe. Zapper with one of them fly zappers. Zzz, zzz.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation is convicted child killer Lori Daybell, who is on trial again, this time for conspiracy to commit the murder of husband number 4, Charles Vallow. Here's the story.
Got the other looking for a baby update. Any update? Gonna go get stuff done, Sissy? Okay, we'll be here. We're just gonna check this stuff out. Do you guys think she was pretty back in the day? Or is it just all Botox?
Lori Vallow Daybell's marriage to Charles Vallow began in 2006 and initially appeared stable. In 2013, they adopted Charles' grandnephew, Joshua JJ Vallow, who was diagnosed with autism. However, by early 2019, their relationship deteriorated as Lori became increasingly immersed in apocalyptic beliefs, claiming to be a divine figure tasked with preparing for the return of Jesus. She accused Charles of being possessed by a dark spirit named Ned Schneider and threatened his life. Fearing for his safety, Charles filed for divorce and sought a protective order citing Lori's erratic behaviors and threats. Then on July 11th, 2019, Charles was fatally shot by Lori's brother, Alex Cox, during a confrontation at Lori's home in Arizona. Cox claimed self-defense, but prosecutors allege Lori conspired in the killing to obtain Charles' life insurance and pursue a relationship with Chad Daybell, who she married months later. Lori is on trial in Maricopa County for conspiracy to commit murder in Charles' death and is representing herself in the courtroom. So a big issue in this case, in this particular trial, is the relationship between Lori and Charles. Lori, now Daybell, and Charles Vallow. They were married at the time. But there were things happening. Like Charles had filed for divorce.
Who do you think had better hair? The guy that was on the stand today or Vinny? Who do you think has better hair? I think the guy on the stand had better hair. Stephanie says, oh no, Katya's having flare-up with her eczema. We're just going to have to dip you in some oatmeal bath. That's what you need, Katya, some oatmeal bath.
And then had rescinded that filing. And they were trying to get back together, yet they were living separately. So there was definitely a level of estrangement in the relationship. But then during the trial, a woman named Nancy Jo Hancock took the witness stand and testified about something that I knew nothing about. I've been covering this story almost since the beginning. Take a listen to the testimony of Nancy Jo Hancock, a woman who was apparently dating Charles Vallow.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
There was a date on the 10th of July.
Vinny's face.
I want to put this in perspective for a second. July 10th, Charles goes on a first date with this woman, Nancy Jo. They'd been texting and speaking to one another for about a week, met on a dating app. And then the next day, the very next day, Charles is shot and killed at Lori's house by her brother, Alex Cox. Is that a coincidence? Brings us to the first question in our investigation. Did Lori know Charles was dating? Did she know? Charles is on a dating app.
She was bound to know he was on a dating app. Stephanie says the guy tased and arrested yesterday when we were too close, escaped the hospital, getting the barbs removed. Yep. Handcuffed behind his back and all. Took them 3 hours to get him, hiding in a garage. Are you serious? Is that something y'all watched yesterday? Oh my gosh. Paula says you might have to evict that baby. If it just sits around, you might have to evict them or her.
So he may have dated other women. I don't know. This may have been the first. But did Lori know Charles was dating? And I wonder if she knew about that date the night before. Joining us, retired police commander, religious cult expert, absolutely needed in this case, and host of Profiling Evil podcast, also needed for this case, author of the book Deceived, also needed for this case, Mike King joins us. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. This,
Great
to me, was, we've watched 2 trials already, and all of a sudden I've got a new revelation about something that was going on here. What are your thoughts about whether or not Lori knew?
A high-speed chase? He ran? What did he rob? In a rental car. Oh, you're driving. Oh, in the rental car. What? It wasn't you, was it, Stephanie? Oh my gosh.
Charles was dating.
I think Lori is too transparent with her emotion to have known, Vinny.
Wow.
She would have let somebody know, and she would have used that as collateral to
AT&T store. We're in a rental car because your car's getting prepared from the. Wait, what? It was you? Wow. Well, you can't run from it all. It happens all over. Like all over. That's crazy. Does anybody watch this guy's podcast? I've never seen him before, but he sure has a lot of stuff going on.
continue building this mountain of evidence that she wanted to make him out as a bad guy. Either that or the prophetess completely missed that piece of revelation as it was coming down, because she certainly, in my opinion, didn't know that that was happening. I don't think she even knew that he put out a dating out on a dating app that he was doing that, but she had
Did you guys catch that dig? Did you catch the dig at Lori that he just said? She calls herself a prophet. He said the prophetess must have missed that. If she didn't see that he was dating somebody else, she must have just missed it. Prophetess didn't really know all that was going on, did she? That was a good dig. A slight.
Had to have known that their relationship was in the tank. And much of that, what we're learning because of the affairs, was part of her doing.
Also joining us right now, Lori Daybell's cousin, author of I Walked Through the Fire to Get Here, and host of the podcast, The Midlife Revolution. Megan Connor is with us. Megan has been inside the courtroom for all this. I want to do this, Megan. I want to show folks parts of that cross-examination because Lori's representing herself. So when Nancy Jo Hancock is on the stand and being cross-examined, it's Lori Daybell who is stepping up to the podium to ask the questions to the woman who was dating or had at least one date with Charles the night before Alex shot and killed Charles. Let's take a look.
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going
Not naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right.
That was wild. That was wild. Like, she oozes jealousy after she got rid of this man. It's pathetic. Nightbot reminds us, make sure you leave your DNA on the like button. It helps the channel get out into the algorithm, and Katya, aka TCA, really appreciates it. Stephanie says, Lori had that master plan, or this master plan. She eliminated everything that stood in her way. I'm so glad this demon was stopped. In some ways she is. In some ways she is. But do you agree that this trial and all of the people that they're bringing back up into it still re-victimizes the victims in this case? I think most of us can agree that she is definitely in the process, well, has been many years now, in re-victimizing people every time she gets a chance. Just digs the knife in further. Yeah, 100%. I think so too. She's a monster.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
But you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started. So you spent your whole...
You watch Mike? I'll have to check him out, Denise, especially if you recommend him. You always have some good insights. Every other, yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree with that. I feel like she gets a great bolter of happiness off of doing this to people.
whole date, getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Let me tell you, Megan, what did these moments where Lori is cross-examining Nancy Jo, what did they tell you about what Lori may or may not have known about Charles dating?
Well, I don't think that she suspected that Charles was dating anyone, but I think what we can all surmise from all of the testimony that we've seen so far in this trial is that Lori is a deeply insecure person. And it's almost as if she forgets the venue that she's in. She forgets what is at stake here. She forgets what she's been charged with. And all she cares about is finding out what people said about her.
That's incredible insight. That is
incredible insight. And what I was going to say, just to add to that, what we don't realize out here from a few different times that I've done some interviews with people that have been in for a long period of time, when you go in, time stops and they don't have anything else to do. While we're out here living our lives and doing everything that we want to do, for Lori, time has stopped. So she relives every moment in her head of every day. So it's like it just happened, like now. And for us, it's been years. Well, I don't know. It's been years and years since I had that conversation. I don't remember, Lori. Why do you want me to remember that? Because for her, it's brand new. She's got nothing else to do but relive this every day. Insane.
is incredible insight into Lori Daybell. And I'm wondering, you know, in trials, the way it generally works is that there's an exchange of discovery. I know that Lori complained pre-trial about being able to get certain things. Megan, are we pretty confident that prior to that courtroom scene that she found out about Nancy Jo? Or is there a chance that she found out about Nancy Jo inside the courtroom?
Well, under the rules of discovery, I'm sure she knew that Nancy Jo was going to testify. I'm sure that she already knew what Nancy Jo was going to present. And I think that Lori probably was waiting for this moment. She was leading up to this moment. She knew that this confrontation was going to happen in the courtroom. I think she planned ahead how she was going to handle this interaction. And I think she was infuriated that Charles was dating somebody. And I think she planned to sort of try to shame Nancy Jo in the courtroom, and forgetting that she's on trial for conspiracy to commit murder and really just wanting to get her digs in rather than actually conducting a legal process here.
Well, and she forgets because she, at this point, doesn't have anything to lose. She's not going to lose anything. I'm surprised they're even doing this trial, but I know why. Every person deserves their justice. But she doesn't have anything to lose. Of course, she forgets the venue that she's in.
Let's take a listen to this. This is Lori from her police interview, Mike. And she's talking about a moment where she has Charles' phone and Charles wants to get it back. And now we know that Charles was on a dating app. So putting it in that context, let's take a listen.
He came back in and his phone was on the counter and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something.
All right, Mike, what do you think the concern may have been there from Charles, from Lori getting her pause on his phone?
Well, we certainly have seen many domestic violence issues explode because of someone seeing text messages or communications on their partner's phone. I think it's also interesting because we learn more as the trial goes on and Adam gets on the stand, that we learn that there was more from Adam in regard to those texts that were directly pointed toward both Alex and Lori. And that too may have been something that had her really frustrated, unless she also figured out along the way that they were hoping, and part of Charles's trip into Phoenix was to do an intervention and try to actually capture some video and audio of Lori talking about her bizarre belief systems that they could then use to try to get her either ecclesiastic or professional mental health counseling. And so I think there are like 3 different buckets here, Vinny, that possibly could have caused that eruption that occurred in there.
Okay, Mike King, Megan Connor staying with us. Coming up next, what was going on between Charles and Lori's daughter, Tylee?
I was kind of like Al's okay, right?
Lori Daybell.
Already convicted for the murders of her children.
Doomsday cult mom is now lawyer Lori.
She's representing herself.
On charges of conspiring to murder her 4th husband.
She said, I can murder you now.
She really thinks she's equipped to try this case.
She appears very sure of herself. I have real trial experience.
It's going to be a strange trial. We'll see how it plays out. The Cult Mom Conspiracy Trial. Live coverage continues Monday morning on Court TV.
I was kind of like Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that like my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like Al's fine. Like we're just gonna take JJ to school. And I was like, okay.
That is fascinating, heartbreaking all at once. That's Tylee speaking about her stepdad and her uncle. And she wanted to make sure that her stepdad didn't hurt her uncle. Let's remember her uncle is the one who takes her life and burns her body and puts it in the backyard of Chad Daybell. Wow. Take a listen to more from the police interview of, again, Tylee talking about her stepdad. That's Charles Vallow, her uncle, who was Alex Cox, and what happened that day.
There have been a few like violent times with him when I was really scared that he was gonna hit me or hit my mom, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, just since I was little. And so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that. And so so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
So what is going on here? This is Tylee talking about Charles, her stepdad, the one who is supporting her and provided the home. I think he purchased a car for her as well. But it seems that there is some tension there. And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it's about Charles and Tylee. What was going on between Charles and Tylee? What was this tension in the household that Tylee seems to be referring to in that police interview after Charles is shot by her uncle? Let's bring back in our guests. With us, Mike King and Megan Connor. Megan, let me begin with you. What is going on here between Charles and Tylee?
Well, I think that some of it is the normal tension that exists between parents, step-parents, and a teenage child. But I also highly suspect that Lori was doing some work to alienate Charles from Tylee because Lori wanted her kids to be closest to her. She did not want anyone else to be close to her kids. We saw this where she had some problems with Colby and his romantic relationships. And so I think that Lori just really wanted Tylee to be loyal to Lori and did not want her to have a good, healthy relationship with Charles. And so I think there was probably some work that she did to alienate the two from each other, where she probably, told Tylee things that would make her not like Charles, not want to have a good relationship with Charles. I think that was what was at the crux of it.
And Lori talked about this relationship between Charles and Tylee in her opening statement. Let's take a listen.
When she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated.
Not in anything that I have ever seen out of her, and I don't know if you guys disagree with me or not, have I ever seen her take any responsibility for anything that the kids went through. She just said because we separated, but she doesn't actually ever say that it's because of anything that she put them through. Am I wrong on that? Just let me know.
The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019.
Mike King, too bad she murdered someone who would be a good witness for her if any of this is true, right? If she's trying to establish that Charles is the bad guy, Charles the violent villain in all of this, it would have been helpful for her if she had Tylee, but she apparently murdered Tylee.
Vinny, in these kinds of situations, especially when I see a blended situation like this, what I try to do is go back and look historically at what the family fiber and network was like. I mean, think about this. The fact that Charles Vallow stepped in when I think Tylee was around 3 years old. And so he was truly a father figure for her through all of her years until she was 16 and this climatic end of his life. I agree with Megan that there are natural things that happen as these kids become teenagers and they start to get a little combative. But I think as Lori's religious delusions started to intensify, this guy who was providing for the family, who was showing up at her school functions, going to her sporting events, he acting like he was a dad to her. And I think he loved her deeply. That all of a sudden, as Lori starts getting a little bit off base, then she starts casting Charles as a dark spirit. And I guarantee that she was being told, Tylee was being told by her mother, that Charles was a zombie. I just still remember hearing one comment from Tylee on a recording where she said, I think Lori must have accused her of being a zombie, and she was pushing back saying, Mom, I'm not a zombie. Imagine how traumatic this child's teenage years were as her mother was trying to maintain control, because it's clear that control is really important to Lori Vallow Daybell. And she's now starting to try to turn this child over to follow along with the same kinds of things. And what child wouldn't listen to their mom, see the fighting that's going on between their parents, and feel a little disrupted in their own lifestyle? So I believe what may have started out as a really healthy stepfather-stepdaughter relationship turned sour, not just because of a kid turning 13, 14, and 15, but because of a mother whose ideology went completely south of the border and started telling her, hey, this guy we're living with is a zombie. And that would have been terrifying for a child.
Now, Lori also brought this up on the cross-examination of Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock. Let's take a look at that.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
Megan, so Kay seemed to get wind of some of this, but didn't pry, didn't get any details. One of the things that Lori mentioned, she said, one of these are...
Before we go on, one of the things that have struck me as really weird in this particular case is that we don't look at them and people don't talk about these kids as if they were kids. Not even the lady that was there, not even the lady we just looked at testifying. She says, I didn't pry. There was a lot of drama going on there. These are children. Why aren't people prying and looking in and trying to figure out why is there always drama with a teenager? Is that their cry for help, or what was going on? I don't understand why we don't look at these as children. Yeah, all Tylee's fault, according to Lori. Yeah, these are kids. What are we doing here? Even the way we talk about them, it's like we've kind of dehumanized them. Even in the, even Vinny, it's like she talks about Tylee, but he's not talking about her as if she was a child. These are kids. I don't know. It's interesting.
Arguments was captured on video. Do we think that video is going to make its way into this courtroom?
Well, I think it's unlikely. I think the video that she's talking about is probably something that she took on her own cell phone. I think it is probably doesn't meet the rules of evidence, as it were. I think that Lori is constantly trying to get her own narrative out there, whether it's supported by evidence or not. And we've seen throughout this trial where Lori has tried to testify by adding comments at the end of witness statements. She has tried to get in questions and narratives that are without the rules of evidence. And I think she just really does not fundamentally understand what's allowed in court and what is not. So whether or not what she has is able to be admissible in court is always going to be in question. I think what is at the bottom line is that Lori wants her narrative to be what it is, whether or not it's allowed or not. And I just think she has a lot of ideas about what she wants to say. And I think we've seen this throughout the trial. She doesn't really care about what's allowed in court. She just wants to be able to say what she wants to say.
Absolutely. And sometimes when folks go pro se, they get a little more leeway than a licensed attorney would inside a courtroom. Megan is going to stay with us. Mike King, thank you so much. Up next, when did Lori and Kay's relationship go south?
Denise says, she said at her Idaho sentencing, accidental deaths happen, self-unaliving happens, accidental overdoses happen, referring that Tylee unalived JJ, then herself, and Tammy OD'd. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, Lori wants what Lori wants, period. And it doesn't matter what it takes to get there or who she has to run over or smash along the way. It's very obvious. Vinny with the good hair. Okay, so second part, 22 minutes in, so we should be close to about 30 minutes before court starts.
Continue our investigation of child killer Lori Daybell, who in her latest murder trial has been accused of taking the life of her fourth husband, Charles, to be with her fifth husband, Chad, and try to collect $1 million of life insurance money. Here's the story. Lori Daybell's murder convictions and legal troubles have deeply affected many relationships in her life, including her brother, Adam Cox, and her sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock. Adam Cox believes Lori conspired in the 2019 murder of her estranged husband, Charles Vallow. He says Lori had adopted extreme religious beliefs, claiming to be transforming into a celestial being.
So what do we do as a family if we hear things like this in our own families? What do we do if we hear that our brothers or our sisters are thinking that they are prophets and that they're transitioning into a being other than, a human being? What do we do? What would you have done if you had somebody in your family acting like this?
Revealed that Charles was killed just before an attempted intervention to bring Lori back to mainstream beliefs. Meanwhile, Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, and her husband Larry were the grandparents of Joshua JJ Vallow, who Charles and Lori had adopted. After Charles' death, the Woodcocks became vocal advocates for JJ and his sister Tylee Ryan, especially during their disappearance. Kay was one of the first people to figure out that Lori's children, JJ and Tylee, were missing. Her testimony in Lori's trial provided emotional insight into the family's turmoil and the unspeakable tragedy and loss of life.
Where were all of these people before these kids were before their lives were taken? I'm so confused on that. Because if we went to ask we want to ask Lori to take personal responsibility. Where's the family's responsibility on protecting these kids too? I think there should be some, right? Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there wasn't any way for them to get any help. I wasn't there, so I don't know, but just curiously, I guess it just makes me angry that they're gone in general.
You know, throughout this entire case and peeling back the layers, I mean, all this started when Kay and Larry Woodcock from down in Louisiana were trying to get in contact with their grandson, JJ. And initially, they were so excited and happy that Lori and Charles had decided to adopt JJ. They were ecstatic. They're like, okay, yeah, this is where our grandson should be. And then things went so bad. I want you to take a listen to Kay, and you're going to listen to her in two places. Kay, on the witness stand, talking about Lori and her relationship with Lori. Then you're going to hear her being interviewed on Court TV by former Court TV correspondent Chanley Painter. But there's a real contrast in the way Kay sees Lori and their relationship. Take a listen.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. We just took up where we left off, and she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to, and so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
If I was Lori Vallow right now, what would you say to me?
I'm not going to say what crossed my mind. Let me think of a nice way.
We can always bleep you out.
Okay, you stupid bitch. What are you thinking? Okay, that's what I first want to say. Selfish, greedy, narcissistic bitch. That's what I think.
And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it's about this relationship between Lori and Kay. When did Lori and Kay's relationship go south? At one point, there's a lot of things happening, right? There's a lot of moving parts. Lori's going through all these changes in her beliefs. There's the issues, obviously, with JJ and Charles as well. Joining us to help us figure this out, Lori Vallow Daybell's cousin and author of I Walked Through the Fire to Get Here, Megan Connor, is with us, and host of the Mormon Stories podcast, John DeLynn, also here. Thank you, both of you.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the place where he should have stayed if he wanted to stay alive. That's sad. In retrospect, I'm sure they agree with you. Our families, yeah, we seek help. Her family turns their back so they didn't make her mad. Yeah, I mean, I have parents, and my mom, and I don't always agree with everything 100%, but if she started acting like that, I think I would try to seek help some way, or at least pull the family together. I mean, we see intervention all the time. There's bound to be somebody who wanted to speak out. Why, and if she got mad, what? Well, now we know if she got mad, she'd poison us all and we'd all, be gone, or do something to us, put us on, to put our lights out.
For being here. Megan, why don't you get us started on this? What was happening? Who was figuring out what about whom, and when did things go south here?
Well, I will say I've gotten to know Kay pretty well throughout this entire process, through all of these trials. And I know her to be a very kind and forgiving person. And I 100% believe that Kay wanted to have a good relationship with Lori. But the moment that Lori started distancing Kay from JJ, I think that's exactly the moment when it started to go south. I think Kay cared about JJ a great deal. And I think that Lori began to show that the only thing Lori cared about was Lori. And when Kay was not able to get in touch with JJ, when Lori stopped allowing Kay to have regular contact with him, and especially when Lori denied Kay the opportunity to have JJ present at Charles's memorial service, I really think that was, the beginning of the end of their relationship, of course.
John, I want to take a listen to Kay on the witness stand here, talking about Charles and how he was concerned for his own well-being.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
So, John, this is such a tough spot for Kay, right? Throughout this entire ordeal, because she loves her grandson, JJ. She loved Lori and Charles and felt that was the right place for him to be. Obviously, once Lori ends up becoming what she becomes, it's the wrong place. But this is a difficult thing for her to negotiate while Charles is alive, and then obviously much more difficult once Alex shoots and kills Charles.
Absolutely. And I'm sure at one point or another, Lori was just a normal, traditional, average Latter-day Saint or Mormon. But what I often try to talk about is there are elements of the Latter-day Saint or Mormon tradition or faith that become building blocks for so many of these Mormon-related true crime murders.
Case one said your grandmother was in a religious cult and there was no way to convince her she was wrong. I understand that. I get that. I get that. I can understand that. Nobody wants to be told, one, that they're wrong. It's a really hard pill to swallow. But two, when you have a bunch of people that are like-minded and are throwing all of the things out in your direction, it would be really hard to go against everybody that's supporting you. You know, I can see that as being a thing.
Everything from Jesus is coming any minute, that there are special people on earth that are supposed to help usher in Jesus' second coming, that we can be possessed by demonic spirits, that your feelings come from God, that sometimes God or the Holy Ghost through your feelings tell you that you need to do something horrible. In Joseph Smith's case, like be a polygamist. In, Nephi's case, a character in the Book of Mormon, that it's okay to kill. And even this teaching that we can all become gods someday is absolutely core Mormon doctrine that Lori was operating under. And the average Mormon, the average Latter-day Saint, is not going to murder somebody with these building blocks of beliefs. But these building blocks of beliefs are dangerous enough that if they get in the wrong mind of the wrong life of somebody who's not well, they can lead to catastrophic, even murderous consequences. And I think Kay and, JJ and Tylee and Chad and, there's a whole trail of bodies and of living and dead carnage that have come about as a result of the combination of these toxic beliefs with the likes of Lori Daybell.
There's another thing that is flowing in creating a lot of friction in the relationship, and that is the life insurance. Once Charles is shot and killed, the life insurance goes to Kay, not to Lori. Lori did not expect that, I don't think. Here's Kay on the stand talking about the life insurance policy.
Did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to change. I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as the beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
Okay, Megan, let me ask you, how angry did this make Lori? Alex shoots and kills Charles, and then she gets zero from the $1 million life insurance policy.
I'm sure she was infuriated because this was her plan all along. And we actually had some commentary from someone who was serving time in the Rexburg jail with her when she found out about this, that she was absolutely infuriated. And this was her plan all along. I think the prosecution in her Idaho trial nailed it when they said that it was about money, power, and sex. Money being first among it. It was the life insurance that was driving it.
Well, that came up on my mind. Has anybody seen or heard if anybody has tried to FOIA the tablet messages or jail calls or anything like that with Lori? Are they out anywhere already? Let's go back here and see what Kay was talking about. Oh, yeah, we saw that. We did see that. Sissy asked if your grandmother acted any differently, if you remember. Doesn't think that she's ever met anybody in a cult. I don't know that I have. Is there a difference between gangs and cults, really? I'm not sure. She acted like a saint, but her beliefs were bizarre at times. Yeah. She grew up with it in, her family believed that way. Oh, Christian Science. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Out. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did. Sissy's asking Swan if that's the same, as Scientology. Oh, the calls with her son, with Colby, those are out. I'm sure they had to pay for that. I'd have to look those up. I'm not sure how interested I would actually be in the other like tablet stuff with all the strange just things she says, but definitely between her and family, between her and her son, I think it's a strange dynamic, isn't it? Said Christian Science and Scientology are not the same. Calls with her sister too. Look at that face she makes. Goodness gracious.
The possibility of Social Security benefits for her 2 children and their deceased fathers, I think that was the primary motive behind a lot of this, unfortunately.
And she got so, and the friction between her and Kay at that point, telling Kay, I've got 5 children. Well, not exactly. It didn't exactly work out that way. It was more of the plan to have a bigger bag of money down in Hawaii with the prophet, Chad Daybell. Okay, Megan and John Dehlin are going to stay with us. Still to come. What's the connection between Adam Cox, Lori's brother, and Lori's husband, Charles?
He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time.
But look at her face every time I see that interview. They follow the teachings of Mary Baker Eddy. Oh, okay. Interesting. The poor sister was devastated. It's sad. It's sad. The whole thing is sad. I did see sometime last week that Colby was actually in the courtroom. I did see that.
Confessing to a murder on camera.
We'll try to skip that a little bit. So many good shows out lately. The Mind of a Murderer. That's a good show. Or a good series.
On Court TV.
He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him?
This is fascinating, right? So Lori finds out that Charles is texting with her brother Adam, and Adam is a guy who, travels around the country getting his different jobs through the years. He's in the radio business, so he's working at radio stations around the country. So it wasn't really physically close to Lori, like geographically close to Lori. But Charles is texting with Adam. Adam's coming into town that day, and it's all about an intervention for Lori and all of these beliefs, these doomsday zombie beliefs that she has, that's causing problems in the relationship, problems at home, problems with the family. Take a listen to what Kay had to say about that.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, Adam was part of it. And, they were just, I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
And usually that is a great thing, right? When a wife's husband and the wife's brother get along and it's great for the family, the dynamic is a little different here. And that brings us to the next question in our investigation. What is the connection between Adam and Charles here? This is an important connection in the way all this is happening, especially that day. Still with us, Lori Vallow Daybell's cousin, Megan Connor, and host of Mormon Stories podcast, John DeLynn. John, what are your thoughts about this intervention? Because it seems like it's based upon Adam and Charles both getting wind of Lori's zombie doomsday beliefs and wanting to intervene in all of this.
Yeah, it's important for people to understand that the average Mormon is never going to hear the term zombie in relation to Mormon doctrine or Mormon theology. It is a weird derivation of Mormon beliefs. Having said that, as I've mentioned before, as I mentioned in the previous segment, it is built on building blocks of Mormon doctrine and theology. This idea that there are, demonic spirits out there that are sort of like part of Satan's army, and that the world is literally filled with billions and billions of these evil spirits that are constantly trying to break in to our bodies and take over our bodies so that Satan can control us, kind of like robots. That's absolutely core Mormon doctrine and theology.
That is so interesting to hear him just kind of lay term that out like that for people who might not understand where her thought process was at. That was absolutely genius way for him to lay that out there. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. I mean, to me, it's weird. Maybe somebody else thinks like, yeah, that's exactly how I believe. Just like, well, okay. It was amazing on the stand. Colby said Lori was visibly shaking while Kay testified. Oh, I imagine. Like with anger, you think? Oh, you were worried about Kay testifying. She did so well. It was a relief. Yeah. I'm catching it through this right here. I didn't get to see it firsthand. So all of this. Denise said that there was a call with Colby in the last few months that he did on his channel. I'll have to go check that out.
So, the idea of demonic possession, that maybe Lori felt like her kids or other people in her life were possessed by evil spirits, totally normal Mormon stuff. But once you start hearing zombies, that's like taking it to 11, as they say. And I'm sure it was very disturbing and alarming for them, and they didn't really know how to handle it. And I'm sure if they had gone to their Mormon bishop to get help, he wouldn't have known what to do with that either.
Let's take a listen to Adam Cox talk about his relationship with.
I wonder if she thinks that about the judge. She's like, I'm not going to get fair trial. And she's going to do her habeas corpus. She's going to get a writ because she thought that the judge is demonic. He's possessed. Didn't know Mormons believe that. Donnie Osmond seems okay. Oh, you think so? See, that's cute. Yeah. That's what, I mean, all of us probably see it the other way around, right?
His brother-in-law, Charles.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes.
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Did you go to your mom's house?
Yes, I did.
Did that conversation go well?
No.
Did this create a break in your relationship with your mom?
Yes.
Did you stick up for Charles?
Yes.
Did sticking up for Charles create issues between you and most of your family?
Yes.
Okay, Megan, this is, again, insight into the dynamic and everything that's happening. And so you've got, Lori has Adam's a brother, Alex is a brother, and it seems like Alex was buying what she was selling, but Adam wasn't. And this created the conflict, but it also created, I guess, a bond between Adam and Charles.
Yeah, so Lori's mode of operating was to alienate the family against anyone who was against her. And she had told everyone in the family at that point that Charles was having an affair. She had told them all kinds of lies about Charles. And she had told everybody not to talk to Charles. And Adam was the only person in the family who was willing to talk to Charles. And Charles was desperate to find some way to help Lori. And that was really what we see. The evidence bears out that Charles was really trying to help Lori. And Charles believed that if they could get church leadership involved somehow and get Lori's temple recommend taken away, which is the card that allows you to get into the temple, which was really important to Lori at this time. They believed that if they could get that taken away, it would sort of shake something loose in Lori, and that she might come back to mainstream beliefs. She might sort of realize that she had gone off the deep end. So that was really what they were trying to do. Adam and Charles, I believe, really cared about Lori and just wanted her to stop talking about the religious delusion and get back to the mainstream religion and sort of come back to the family, come back to normalcy. And it just seemed like all the forces were working against that happening.
And John, we look at how all this ends up turning out. That seems to be perhaps the friction, the turning point that ends Charles's life. Because Alex is buying it. Charles isn't, Adam isn't. She estranged herself from Adam. He's estranged from the family, and Charles ends up dead.
Yeah, there's a interesting factoid of Mormon history. When Joseph Smith, the founder, started angering people, he got sideways with the governor of Missouri, Lilburn Boggs. And Lilburn Boggs ended up issuing an exterminating order on all Mormons, and all the Mormons were kicked out of the state of Missouri. Joseph Smith was really mad at Lilburn Boggs, the governor of Missouri. So he, allegedly sent a hitman named Porter Rockwell to go assassinate the governor of Missouri. And the governor of Missouri was actually shot, but not killed. So this idea of an assassin or an avenging angel, this teaching of blood atonement, it's actually woven into Mormon doctrine. And I'm sure Alex knew the stories of Porter Rockwell and of Lilburn Boggs and of Joseph Smith. And I'm sure in Alex's own mind, he was playing sort of the avenging angel, angel of justice for his prophetess, which was Lori.
John DeLynn, always great to have your perspective on this program. Thank you so much. Megan.
It's amazing. 1:37. So hopefully they'll be back in court here soon. Paula says there are radical Mormons and then normal common sense Mormons. My nephew converted to Mormonism and they have very strong family values. He is the only one in all the extended family that's a Mormon. Interesting, Paula. Pickle said, whose card? I didn't realize that about Missouri and Mormons either. Yeah. I think that can be said for most religions, right? That they have some people that have certain extreme beliefs, and then they have the normal people, or whatever we see as normal, right? Whatever can be considered normal. This is almost over with.
And Connor, we really appreciate your time and giving us insight into the family and into the courtroom, because you are inside there watching all of this as it happens. Thank you both. You know, Lori Daybell could have had an amazing life surrounded by her children and her family. She could have celebrated being a grandma and watching the little ones grow into happy adults and starting their families. That's the way it's supposed to be. But instead, she chose to murder children. Why? Why? So she could hang out in Hawaii with a grave digger and a bag of money. Why anyone would make that choice, I have no idea. I'm Vinny Politan.
Like Vinny, he's very it's very animated. He's very animated. Let's put this over here before we make that big. Hopefully we'll be back in court here shortly. Anything cool in the chat over here? They're talking about the 49ers and enchiladas. Oh. I believe Alex took medicine and oh my goodness, he didn't want to go back to jail. I thought it was determined that Alex had passed of natural causes. Does the 30-minute delay apply from lunch break since there's already a 30-minute delay? No. Enchiladas. Yeah, it's we're just talking about. Vinny is not wrong. He's just sometimes those faces that he makes. That's part of the reason I don't go on camera right now. Is because every thing that I think and don't say comes out across my face, and Vinny is a lot like that. I love enchiladas too. We're always hungry in this chat, aren't we? Not really listening to him. I just glance over to chat every now and then to comment. Oh, you don't have to. That's okay. That's okay. Tylee was. Oh, wow. Yeah, they talk a lot of crap over there in that chat. There we go. Hopefully something will come up here shortly. Still a very nice day outside the Maricopa County Courthouse. Oh man, what did I do? Are you reprimanding me? Yeah, you're good. God, yeah. Go do some real life stuff. Are you the one that wants a memory bear? I've had. Oh, memory bears. Oh, little bow ties. Oh, Paula, that's cool. You make memory bears? That's amazing. No, never. Never reprimanding me? Oh, goodness. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Do you do those for other people? Yeah, do you want to tell everybody what I guess a memory bear would be like making something as a memory out of the clothing or some item that somebody that you loved has. And exactly. Everybody went to Discord. You gotta post it in public now. Everybody wants to know if you reprimanded me. You did go to Discord, didn't she? What did she say over here? I'm glad that you do it though. I've seen a couple on I think it's either YouTube or TikTok, I can't remember, that show a family that had a memory bear of the mother who passed during childbirth, and it actually had the heartbeat of the mother, and that's the only way that the baby will go to sleep, and on their chest. I'll have to go look. Oh, I do see them. Can I show them? Am I allowed to show those? Let me see. Look at those. Look at those. Oh my gosh. They're beautiful. It doesn't have to be perfect. That's not what they're made for. They're not made to be perfect. They're made to be memorializing. And that's exactly what those are. They're beautiful. I love that. I love that. I love that you do that. Thank you for letting me share that. Sissy, you deleted Discord? How come? It gets overwhelming. It gets overwhelming at first sometimes. No, you did just fine. I think it looks wonderful. I think they're adorable. Exactly. Katya says, sorry guys, I'm not feeling great and having a big flare on the eczema, so she's just going to kind of take the rest of the day off. If we can ever get them to go back to court, girl, it's 1:44 p.m. I know I heard them say 1:30. Lori probably, she probably had like a what do you call it, reaction to her lunch Pop-Tarts or something. It's me. They do look comforting. Yeah. No, I don't want to count delay. Thank you very much. I'm not delayed. They're delayed. Yeah, we're counting delay. Katya, we're just chatting now. We watched a whole hour of Vinnie Politan, okay? We're trying to decide who has the better hair, the detective that was on the stand or Vinnie. And I think we've gone with Vinnie. I like the detective's haircut on the stand. He had that high and tight military cut with a little bit of a layover there. You have a bunch of your mom's shirts in a big Ziploc baggie. It's only been a little over 8 weeks. Oh, Stephanie, I just cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. My mother um, is in her 60s, and my grandmother, I talk about her often, my nanny, she will be 93 years old next week. And we talk about grieving a little bit. The grieving process, when you become your caretaker for your family member, obviously starts with when you begin to take care of your family member, and you go through that grieving process up until the day that you lose them. So you're going through that constant waiting for the hammer to drop, of losing them. And her and I were just talking about that the other day. She'll sit there and she'll just look at her once in a while and give her that face. Just say, she'll message me. This breaks my heart, and she'll say, I'm gonna miss her terribly. And it brings me to tears because she's going through that grief process for so long. Oh yeah, you can put one of those, like the little buttons that they have for bye swans. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Um, they have the ones like that you have in the greeting cards that you open up that you can record a voice that you can put inside of those bears. That's what I was saying, that I saw the one with the heartbeat. Let me see if I can find that while we're still waiting. I know I saw that. I believe I saw it on YouTube. Swan, you be careful. We'll be here waiting when you get back. Well, maybe not today, tomorrow. Oh, they have some pretty cool tutorials for the memory bears from cloth. I love that so much. I've seen people do a few memory bears from the military, from the little name tags that they have on them, from some of the military outfits. Okay, and that's okay. You guys always catch up, so it is so nice to have you here when you are here. And I know for sure that Katya really enjoys everybody coming in and hanging out as long as they're able to. The funeral home invited you to celebrate. Oh, real life's always getting in the way of watch these trials, Pickles. Why do you have to go to work? Ew, work. Okay, Pickles, where are you at? Are you here in the States? Where are you working at this late? Do you night shift or second shift, third shift? What do we call those? Do you night shift? What kind of question is that? Look at some of these. Look at that one. A Ralph Lauren shirt. And they made a whole bear out of it. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Freaking life. What the heck? You're off work in 49 minutes? Yes. We've stolen you away. I know. Trying to make money interferes with court life. Trying to make money interferes with your YouTube time. It's rude. Keepsakes from clothing. So they're often made from the shirts. That's amazing. Oh, thank you for bringing that up, Stephanie. These are great. Oh, look, there we are. There we are. Look at those numbers. I'm so proud of you, Katya. I'm so very proud of you. 1,000, and that's even 10 more than Friday. That's amazing. It's amazing.
Hi, I'm Pip from.
We know who you are. Well, I don't know who you are, but we do now. Look at all those. And that one has a sweater with a V-neck sweater on. What happened to what? What happened? You didn't see what happened? I'll show you. Look at that. True crime addict. I agree. Everybody go and do gardening for GardenBot so he can sit and do GardenBot. When are you starting your channel? Because Kathy and I are looking forward to what you have to say. I did say your name. I said congratulations. Look at those numbers right there. You see those numbers? You did that. That's wonderful. GardenBot, do you have anything on your channel even? Do you even YouTube GardenBot? Did you really? Post a link. I want to see this. We got to see this before we go back from lunch. I want to see it. I planted flower seeds yesterday. Oh. Somebody drop the link to GardenBot's channel. I got to see this. I'm excited to see what this is. You're getting used to new equipment. Kathy says he does. So what happened? You guys get sent home today? Are you off baby watch for the afternoon? Katya? Nightbot says you need to chill it out on the posting the links, okay? You need to stop that right now. This is your channel. Don't be posting links in here. What the heck? Your Nightbot has an attitude. Not to be confused with the Garden Bot. Did everybody go in and follow Garden Bot? Look, I already am. Look at this. Subscribed. 20 subscribers with 2 videos. I know, right? Nightbot is like, hello? Do what you're told. I've told Nightbot what to do before. We tried to put him in timeout. She could go in and change that. I think she chooses not to because silently, Katya likes violence. Let's see what this prototype is here. What is this? Look at those hands. Those are gardener's hands. Look at that. It's all coming together. What an amazing, look at that. What patience. Did you do all that in one sitting? Excuse me, you're going to get Katya in trouble with the music. I will like it. I will go back and like it. I will go back. 2 hours. Oh, about to be back in court. 2 hours. That's amazing. That's wonderful. I will. Let me go back and like the video. There we go. I have to go back and like the other one. That is amazing. You're very talented. You're so talented. 6 hours. What do you record with? Smash that like button. It's free. It also helps the channel. Gets us out into the algorithm. Nightbot usually bosses us around about that, but Stephanie's just as good. I like it. I like it. Look at this sandwich over here. Can I just say that that's huge? That is a huge sandwich. Let me go back to the other video before I get in trouble. Let me like that one real quick, and then we'll move on. There we go. There we go. GardenBot, get some stuff up on that channel. We like it. We'll have to go check it out during breaks. I cannot draw at all. I can't draw stick people. Not at all. RCAs, new cam, TCA. Do you have an RCA and a TCA? True Crime Addict, and what does R stand for? I'm gonna tell her. You did? Oh. I am from Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas. Let me make sure we're not muted. Let's make sure we got some. Oh yeah, we got boosted audio. Be right back. My little girl needs to take care of business. Oh, they're potty training, I think. I think the evidence today is very important. I think the jury is still listening and waiting for Lori's defense. Oh, trust me, we're all waiting for Lori's defense. I do. No, I live in north of Dallas. I live in North Texas. That would be cool though. I think I'm gonna go live with GardenBot and Katya. And they're gonna have a new baby for me to play with. Not them, but the sister, so no, you're fine. You're fine. Anyone have some extra apple juice or water for my anxiety? Poor Maxine. She's having trouble over there. Come live it. I'm going to. Only if I get to babysit. Only if I get to babysit. If this baby ever comes. I'm picking up the English accent. Only when I'm making fun of Katya. Or you in the background. When I get phone calls. Only when they're talking to me about Nando's. Oh, try chamomile tea. Oh, Melissa's already given us a verdict of guilty over there. These people. At least our chat is calm. These people have like, how many people do they have in chat today? There's 9,563 people over here in this chat, with an average of probably 150 people to 200 people talking at one time. I'm not making fun of you. No way. I love the small friendly chat. I love the small friendly chat. Katya and I talk about that sometimes, how it's, look, I didn't like this channel either. How rude to watch it and not like it. Katya and I talk about that sometimes too, of how it's easier to actually have a relationship with your chat and with your subs when they're small like that. But you start getting 65, 70,000 people, and most people are on replay, or when they talk, they have such shitty things to say in the comments sometimes. Somebody needs to challenge that cameraman's paycheck, because he's had issues today. What's the next trial with her about? Well, Google that there, buddy. Lori told the police that she was home when it happened. All her witnesses are dead or in jail. She's not wrong. Maybe Daryl Brooks could be her defense attorney. That is a good idea. I've never thought about that. So what if you're pro se and like, okay, so say I get into trouble and I'm like, I want Sarah Boone to represent me. I wonder if that's possible. And have Sarah Boone represent me. He's shaking in his boots due to, oh lordy. Are you emailing him?
Parties are present. Let's bring in the jury. Oh, I did put drafts of proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
You can wait until they actually start coming.
Yeah, the judge is already handing out that homework for the jury instructions. You're not home yet. Oh, don't speed. Don't speed. We're back, Maria. We're back. The jury's coming in now. Sarah Boone could be my attorney. I'm still considering writing her. I haven't done it yet, but I'm still considering it. All right, guys, here we go. Let's enjoy the better half of the day.
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Can I have the Elmo, please? Thank you.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down. So.
Wait a second here.
Should be kicking on. I know when it times itself out, it shuts down. You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
They were working on something.
They were working on something?
Yes, I don't know what it was, but they.
Okay. Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go ahead and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
Why didn't they do that before we came back from lunch? They know that. All right, all rise for the jury again. Yeah, Lois, I don't mind the snark. I would really love to write her. I just think that she just sees she's kind of like Lori and a couple of other people like Wade Wilson. They all just think that the media and YouTube and TikToks have ruined their life. It's all our fault that they did what they did. Right, Nancy? The cameraman needs a lesson in courtroom decorum. Keep us still. Stop moving us around and let us see the evidence. That's why we're here. We already know what the detective looks like. We want to see the evidence. I think this detective, what we've seen so far today, is the detective is on his third water bottle. And the cameraman needs to take a break. Wade Wilson wants your money. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he does. Ain't getting it from me. I've been watching other creators cover him, and he is dirty. He drank his lunch. Yeah. See, we're shaky. He drank during lunch. Oh, gosh. So they gave us their cameraman. Yep. Even right there, you just see the camera shifting. Oh, Lord. Katya, you're off today. Go run that camera. Send GardenBot to go. Obviously, we saw GardenBot can sit there for 6 hours on camera. Go run that camera, GardenBot. What charges come with the guilty verdict of conspiracy? I mean, what time? Not what charges. Hello. How much time is added to her 3 life sentences with a charge of conspiracy to commit an additional homicide? Oh, okay. I'm supposed to do this here now. If you're new to streaming or you're looking to level up your streaming or to start streaming at all, check out that StreamYard link right there. You get a $10 discount. She'll get another life sentence if they convict her. Okay. One trial, the guy named the camera on himself and blew into it. That's funny. That's okay. This morning I had my fan around on my head. Everybody thought I was riding my bike down the road while I'm streaming. Is it windy in there? Yeah, well, she's got nothing to lose at this point. So now she's just talking to people she hasn't seen in years like, "Hey, how are you? Did you know that he wasn't divorced? Did you know you were talking to a married man, you hooker? You homewrecker? We were not in the middle of a divorce. Did you know that my children had zombies in them?" That chat was wild that day. Double or nothing, but she acts like it might be. Yeah. Yeah. She's got nothing else to do. She's already been journaling. She's going to sell that shit to the highest bidder. Maybe she'll actually give a decent interview versus what we've been seeing. Yeah, that's annoying. Tell me exactly verbatim. Now. What did I say verbatim 6 years ago? And then he said, I don't remember what you said verbatim. I've slept since then. Wackadoo. We've been literally live for 3.5 hours today. And I'm not sure that we've accomplished a damn thing in this trial on day 7. Just nothing. No, they haven't. I guess they haven't finished going over the evidence with him yet, so not quite yet. Hopefully. I was hoping that they would rest today. But somebody in chat earlier said that there may be 2 additional witnesses. I don't think we're sure quite yet. Yeah, it's still the prosecution. Geese! Jeez. Jeez. That's cute though. Geese. I think it's cute. Thank you, Nancy. You gave me a giggle. Geese. Oh, geez. Okay, that's what you meant. Thursday. What happens on Thursday? Are they resting on Thursday? Tomorrow? You gave me zoinks. You gave me a good giggle. Did anybody else besides me have wings today? Now I gotta figure out what supper's gonna look like at some point to feed the rest of the family. It's 4 o'clock my time here already, I think. Let me check. Yeah, it's 4:09 here. You'll be in and out, await, and maybe back home before this one starts. You might be. You might be. Flatbread pizza. Oh, that I saw a recipe. I was looking at this extreme budget challenge because why not save money? I haven't done it, but it looked cool. And they did a flatbread pizza that looked relatively cheap to make. You're hoping for wings for supper. Yeah. Is it the same time for you? For you too, Paula? Yeah. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 5:10. You're already dark over there. Italian beef. Is this a trick question? Is it a trick question? Let's see. Like that stuff? It's not dark. Okay, good. Okay, good. Like stuff that you'd put on like a stuff that you'd put on a like a cheese steak sandwich or something. Taco salad sounds good too.
Back into perspective, when we broke before lunch, we were discussing Exhibit 227, correct?
Yes.
And this was some of the SMS or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lolly Time iCloud account.
Correct.
Okay. And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th referencing the intervention.
Yes.
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
Yes.
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
Correct.
Now, as we go to the next page of this report, for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's
I
or
did.
Z?
Just the single letter Z.
Single letter Z. And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother, Alex Cox, saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
So she's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her, that explains his interest in Charles?
You say her brother, I think, as far as Z or Zach? Zach is
Her brother
yes.
first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct, yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Adam or Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January, and it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely, then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on this same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned? Makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned.
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared,
Correct.
left JJ with Charles?
Yes.
And we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
As that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit.
Yes.
And the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being Ned?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies?
Correct.
And others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day, or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
I looking at my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of Sum, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Sum.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562, is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th, in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex, that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie in the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here, right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th, that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie or Mel. And when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the lollytime at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the lollytime?
Yes, they are.
And do those, again, involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes.
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. Sorry, right here. When we look at 227, We see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later, where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B, they have an elaborate plan, I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me, right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And do we see here that Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes.
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
Correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asks her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the night of on the 10th, Lori Vallow was already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all. And then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's, Charles isn't there, he'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those two prior messages, so you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
and they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not, no.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220, did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lolly Time at iCloud account, Did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th, 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
It did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon?
They did.
And about Ned?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with 229. And the state will move to admit Exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundations been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
So we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this Exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed?
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see again messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, you really had not seen this open, obvious discussions about their relationship.
I had not.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
Although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And is November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing.
Yeah.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry, to remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
Again, more conversations both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019.
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room.
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Correct.
Now, we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing everyday multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, AKA Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. Looking at 288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes,
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
it was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
So starting with 288, was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
230, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is, again, July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one, though, is an earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the email sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged, you should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. So you then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest?
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that, we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the 2 on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Yes.
During your review of those Lolly Time at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233. Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report as well as the actual document that was in the lollytime at iCloud.com account that you reviewed that the police obtained through a search warrant relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 10/31, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffett?
Moffett, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case? or-
Yes.
Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you are, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those,
Somewhat.
during that time, that year in between,
Yes, yeah.
before you became the case agent?
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on?
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't.
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in, I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until a search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified, I'm still confused, sorry.
I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
But sometime in between that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out, or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffitt, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffitt was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our original, in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened. Yeah.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffitt is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance. And hearsay.
Sustained us to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained us to asked and answered. He already answered that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
And did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes,
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
yes,
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints, we learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified, that's correct?
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now, we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time, that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right. But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what we
Don't
did.
you want all the information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That'd be me.
It would be
As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
That he touched the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
And I'm going to object and move to
Sustain.
strike that.
The jury should disregard that last question, that information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF, and what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We can then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a NIBIN report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay. So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested
No,
that you
no.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that either.
Okay. So, Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th?
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike on the floor, if you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so were you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
He can testify to what he observed for himself. So if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I have read the reports.
So you have read the reports.
Yeah.
And as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer it? Can you ask that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex, or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
Okay. So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right. The one I couldn't remember how to spell. I mean,
Again,
pronounce.
Sustained, please don't testify.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received just his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever.
Yeah, at this moment, I don't recall.
So there's no cell bride of it. Is that correct in the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes,
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffat's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffat, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh, and so he kind of walked it through with you and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, do you think?
I don't know, Your Honor, a lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes, we should
right.
take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right.
Yes. Yes. Nobody paid the bill. We're not done. Oh, that's funny. Crickets, crickets. This is bad. This is bad. She thinks she's Perry Mason. She does something. Listen, rubber Ramada room. It was silent. I'm sorry. Y'all ought to know better about me. I had to have a facility break like the judge. Let's watch this for 6 minutes and see what it is we can come up with. It says react to day one. I thought we were supposed to be looking at the funnies, but we've got 6 minutes to kill, so.
And probably again, as the trial comes to an end, just to get your thoughts. But I'm amazed again how many of you watch from all over the world, and I can't thank you. And thanks to the dudes who said to me,
I was going to say, let's get to the funny parts.
And here's what you said.
My take on this week's trial, nothing else matters except what the jurors think of Lori. And she has sure showed herself this week.
Lori is showing her true colors. That's what I'm getting from this. Thanks.
This trial has showed that Lori is absolutely 100% all about herself, even more. We already knew she was selfish, but this is absolutely disgusting, and she could care less.
My one takeaway, if I had to tell someone who hasn't been watching it, I would say Lori is not doing herself any favors the way she's behaving in front of that jury. Not a good look.
Hi, Nate. This is Jennifer. I think she is a joke. She's rude, disrespectful.
When Lori Vallow gets excited every time the judge mentions which days are going to be dark.
Hi, Nate. Alicia here from Wichita, Kansas. And my biggest takeaway so far is I am amazed at the leeway the judge is giving Lori with her questioning. Pro se or not?
Hi, Nate. My name is David. I think Adam Cox did a wonderful job with his testimony, and I think that'll stick with it.
No, it's on YouTube. It's just here, I'll share this. There you go. If you want to go sub up to him. Yeah, this is East Idaho News. And but anyway, yeah, like she said, it's Nick Eaton. He does a lot. He does a lot. I'll put it that way. I would definitely go and sub up.
The jurors.
Hi, Nate. Hayley from a sunny England. I just wanted to say that obviously Lori is delusional around the whole religious aspect, and we don't really have that here in England, so it's fascinating to watch. Thank you.
This trial is a total circus.
I've learned from watching this trial that you should never try to represent yourself in court, especially if you're guilty, Lori.
Hi, Nate. If it's one thing we can learn from Charles Vallow is if someone sounds the alarm, listen to them. Thanks.
Hello from the Gold Coast, Australia. I've been with you, Nate, from the beginning, from Hawaii days.
Do you see this? Do you see this? Where is she watching the trial from? She's in the middle of the jungle. That's you, Maria, from Australia. In the middle of the jungle.
And Lori, where are the kids? I want to know how Delulu Lori thinks she is going to get away with this.
Hi, Nate. My one takeaway from this trial has been that Lori is very aggressive with law enforcement, but not family and friends.
I would say that the thing that stood out to me the most throughout this trial is the self-control of all the witnesses and how they do not share additional details.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, that really was you? Oh, okay. You fibbity fibberson. You had me going. You had me going. we were freaking out. Oh, goodness. We're so gullible. We ought to know better. We're so gullible.
Details.
Unfortunately, my takeaway is that evil can be personified in the form of a pretty blonde lady.
Hi, Nate. It's always been about sex, money.
That's me. That's me right there. You like my bangs?
And power. And now murder.
Hi, Nate. I think Lori had a beautiful family, a devoted husband, a stable life, everything that one could dream of, the American dream, and she threw it all away.
So my takeaway is, why didn't a juror ask about Kay's testimony when she kept talking in the past tense of JJ?
In my opinion.
Wait, but why would a jury ask that? Well, why would they ask the question of past tense? Because we all know from the other trials that he's past tense. I'm not sure I get that one.
Opinion, Lori's been the prosecution's best witness.
Kayla here from Belgium. My one takeaway is just unbelievable regarding this trial. Just absolutely unbelievable.
Nate, perfect example of how we should not defend ourselves. Laura's arguments are weak, she looks tired, and I don't think she's going to have the platform to tell us what she's about like she wanted.
Coming from the Space Coast, I nearly fell out of my chair when the judge said, if you want to compare yourself to a biblical figure, then I'll allow it.
Look at his face. He's like, F you, Lori. Oh. Maria.
Nell here from Bellingham, Washington. I think the trial is going very well for Charles to get justice. Lori is going down, even further down than she already was.
Don't flatter yourself, Lori.
Oh, that accent is so thick. I love it. Don't flatter yourself, Lori.
My favorite part of the trial so far has been when Nancy Jo said, don't flatter yourself.
Yes.
Christine from Chattanooga, Tennessee. The nail in Lori's coffin is, I will be like Nephi, and so will you.
Revenge. This is her way to attack some of the witnesses with her snarky, I'm going to get you. Yeah.
Nancy Jo is my hero. That's my one takeaway. And I have never missed a show of yours, and I'll proudly wear the faithful shirt.
Some of Lori's questions make me believe that she is going to put the blame for Charles's death as well on Tylee. It is pathetic.
Oh, this lady. She's wearing one of the most uncomfortable sweaters in the world. yeah, that one lady scared me.
And disgusting.
From Dublin, Ireland. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The truth will out. Thanks, Nate.
Hey, Nate, this is Dan watching from Nagano, Japan. I've been a juror twice, and my biggest takeaway is why is Lori representing herself? She's in way over her head.
Hi, Nate. John Sommerhauser watching from Riverside, California.
Life goal. Keep my mugshot off eastidahonews.com. That was great. All right, I'll go back to Song. Sorry.
Hi, Nate. John Sommerhauser watching from Riverside, California. My takeaway, Lori Vallow is fast undermining her own defense. Thanks for asking.
My takeaway is how rudely arrogant she is and pissed over her chicken enchiladas.
Will the Chandler Police Department ever be held responsible for not investigating Lori and arresting her for Charles's death, which would have prevented all of those other murders?
I have two takeaways from this trial. Number one, prison hair isn't cute. And number two, I'll never be able to eat green chili enchiladas.
My one takeaway from the court trial so far is how patient the judge is being with Lori, considering he doesn't have to be.
I believe the 41 minutes that they did not call 911 to help save poor Charles will be overwhelming to the jury.
Oh.
Girl, don't flatter yourself. Bubba-dubba-dub.
Bubba-dubba-dub.
Don't flatter yourself.
You guys are great.
That was fantastic. Don't flatter yourself. Bubba-dubba-dub. Oh my goodness. I would have to say that would be pretty funny. She couldn't have a reaction either. She was probably eating nails. Eating nails. Nate's in the courtroom, if I believe I'm correct there, Rubber, right? Do you really? I love that. Oh. Bzz, like on the one, every time you say zapped, I just keep thinking of like the bug zappers. Zzz, zzz, like the flies. The fly zappers, the bug zappers. Trying to see if there's anything that's cool that's updating, but nope, nothing cool. He tweets. Okay, yeah, and then I think he was actually outside during lunch, but we were watching Benny Politan with the good hair, so I didn't look it up. That judge is still in there, probably fixing his own hair. He's got good hair too, doesn't he? You try not to spoil the 30-minute delay. Well, he didn't watch it. We watched Benny Politan anyway. So I have not watched Lori Vallow's police interview or Alex Cox's, either one. Has anybody watched those all the way through? What did you think of those? Was there anything revealing in either one of those interviews? Well, wait a minute, Rubber. Wait a minute. If they're already on lunch and he's outside tweeting about it. Oh, not tweeting. Okay, so does she really? I was going to say, how would it be a spoiler if he's outside talking about it? Oh, instant updates on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. I do not keep up with those because I'd be like, hey guys, guess what? There's no way. Hey guys, guess what's going on? I'm surprised Katya looks it up too, because she's pretty good at spilling the beans. Yeah, I get that now. I get it. I was thinking about the ones on YouTube. I wasn't even thinking about X over there. I know. We all are. Well, y'all obviously know about it because you're very good at keeping the secrets. It's funny. We don't share those spoilers here, but we're all over there looking at them. We don't. Oh, here we go.
I'm going to advise the defendant that anything that this witness read in another officer's report, he can't testify to whether those things are true or not unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed, saw, or heard. But again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in.
She said, I understand, Your Honor, like he was asking her a question. He wasn't asking you. He was just saying, get it together. It was rhetorical. Nah, you're not a spoiler. I think we're all nosy. That's why we're here dedicating our time so far today. 5 hours and 20 minutes of time watching a trial on somebody else's life. We're all kind of nosy. We're like the neighbors when they're peeking through the blinds, like, what's going on over there? Except for we're, peeking through the blinds of law and crime.
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. You may be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Detective Duncan, in all those text messages, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview our mother, Janice Cox?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
I have not.
Did you interview our sister, Summer Shiflett?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
No.
Did you interview our father, Barry Cox?
No.
Did you read or watch his interview?
No.
So the only source that you have for this investigation of the shooter in your case is through our brother Adam? Is that correct?
And all of the contacts mentioned through your iClouds.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Well, none of the people that you mentioned were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day, or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay. And through your investigation, you found out that, as you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text back, which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
I object to the form of the question. Argumentative.
Well, it's also compound. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to any other member of my family?
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
More than one or two?
I don't know.
Okay, but you knew of at least one.
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay. So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it, is that correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi. What does Nephi stand for? I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question: tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you aware that 4 of those books are books of Nephi?
I am not.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That there's many stories of Nephi. Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
So the very first story is the story that...
I'm going to object to testifying.
It sounds like that's the way it was going. So please just ask questions.
So you did not read the Book of Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search, yes.
So you did an internet search, and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to again object as to testifying, and the detective has already indicated, so asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
What was the question? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can the court reporter?
There's 4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
I can only go off of what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there, but based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up consistently.
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier that that was in order to kill, that I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury. Is that true?
Those were read. There was no explanation as to what it meant.
As the case agent, what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
What do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the when we were investigating it, it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication. You're just talking?
Correct.
And being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes,
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffett to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee. So we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around the whole entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes,
And you had the gun in your possession,
yes.
and you're in a police station.
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested, is that not right?
Yes,
So why didn't you test them?
because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime. Is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime. Is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things?
Objection.
As
Your
the case
question
agent.
answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked,
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted.
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene.
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood.
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there,
Correct.
swipes of blood that might be there,
Correct.
hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat.
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles,
Yes.
and the day after that as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at a time. We could only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that, make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to match these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're looking through this, are you then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show conversations over the weeks and months. Sometimes we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene?
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location of the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow, and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes,
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it and I'll just hand that right over?
correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood, and I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No,
So saliva can have it,
correct,
sweat.
correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did
Yep.
not see visible blood,
It did not.
and we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
It would not.
Would just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body. Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and
No, he
check
does,
out the scene?
he does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene
I was.
and you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground or on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message.
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
Did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others who were aware of who Ned was?
Correct.
Or what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
So others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did.
Yes.
You're asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed.
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one.
He sure is taking an awful lot of size. He's like, I'm over this. He's really hydrated to go work out after the testimony today. I'm sure. I'm sure. Look at him. They got their headphones on. They're probably listening to the. They're probably listening to the. Oh, here we go.
Well, I think we're going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though. Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. That was the afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that
Yes.
photo?
Yes.
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
All right, so that's been admitted into evidence.
Time is 2:13.
That picture, do you recognize that as whether or not that's the same countertop at the Santana, or the Four Peaks address?
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
Okay. Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any. Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred? Let me pull in. As well as sort of what time the phone is showing.
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly, the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. All right. State's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute?
Is that Detective High and Tight sitting next to the prosecutor, or is that the other lawyer? They look the same. It is, right, Maria? They look the same. No, Maria, they're going to bring, or Kay, they're going to bring them back in a minute to talk about the scheduling. Lois, you're in trouble. Oh, yeah, the state did. Yeah, they said they didn't have any more witnesses. I thought you were revealing a secret. I told you he knew Detective High. She knew Detective High and Tight. They work out together. They're in the same country club. They're friends. I bet the judge works out with them too. Who spoiled it already? Detective High and Tight. They do now. I just said that they did, so I made it so. That court reporter, she does not work out with them because she has anemia, I think. She needs iron. I'm kidding. I don't know her.
Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder. There was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having an intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to Detective N. Clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell, all of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the defendant or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror could, whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury. How long does the state anticipate its closing argument being?
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30. Is that enough time?
The state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work? Again,
I'm asking for Monday, but if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
I'm Mel.
Do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, so
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know.
All right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay. So let's meet tomorrow, though, to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
it
I
on the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10 and I think well,
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right. If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
All right. Wow. So who was not expecting both sides to rest today? I know most of you said no. I know most of you said no. Yeah, I know you weren't. I knew you weren't. So she does have to Monday to change her mind if she decides that she wants to bring any witnesses up at that point. Of course, the state probably could tell her, no, you're not going to do that. You didn't get your shit done in time. But she can still change her mind and then decide to testify or bring witnesses up all the way up until the jury finds out that she's rested. Right, Mel? I think today I saw her giving up. That's what I think I saw personally today in her questioning that detective, is that she gave up. So they're going to do jury instruction tomorrow. Somebody tell me, is that usually televised? I don't know if that's usually televised or not. I'm not versed in the ways of that right there. Bye, Judge. Bye, Judge Handsome. Made me wonder why someone would ask that, and now I know. Yeah. I was just curious. Not you. You didn't think so either. Yeah, I know that most of you thought she wouldn't. Okay, so it is probably going to be jury instruction tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I thought so too, but today it is boring. I know. Well, to some people it's boring. To Katya, she might find great joy in that. Let's go over one little thing before I leave you guys for the afternoon. And this is the guy that we were talking about. I don't usually share much on X. This is Nate Eaton. This is the gentleman from the East Idaho News that we watched this afternoon. If you guys want to go check him out on X, I'm going to leave that. I'll drop that here. And basically, I guess he does tweet during the trial. I had never looked him up before, so I just subbed to him. And yeah, there you go. So he does say some things here that might be interesting to some of you guys. And I find it very interesting. If you look right here to the right, this right here is the first thing you see is Kay Woodcock on this side of this right here. So JJ's grandma, rest in peace, JJ, Charles Vallow's sister, Tyler Ryan's aunt. She was very active on X. So, but yeah. Okay, guys. I guess we'll meet here again soon. I'm sure the notification will come out. Make sure you're subbed up. Make sure you leave a like. I'm not sure, Sherry, if Katya will be doing court tomorrow or what she will be doing. I know the notification will come out. Just be watching for that. Maybe watching for a post from her. I don't want to wake her up. It's like 6:45 my time plus 6 hours for her. So I'm sure that there's something going on tomorrow, but she hasn't said. I'm sure she will, Rubber. She's generally there every day. So you guys have a great night, and thank you all for supporting Katya and the channel and True Crime Addict and hanging out with me. You have to go back to pork loins. Maria, y'all make me laugh. All right, guys. You'll have to stay here and finish. Oh, Sherry, enjoy getting your toes done. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging with EO.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.